We're getting ready to get started. Michael, I'd like to call to order the Governance Committee meeting at 5:38 p.m. Mrs. Dooley, can you give us a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Sean Levy.
Present.
Megan Miller.
Present.
Spencer Anderson. Spencer Anderson. The roll reflects that Spencer Anderson is absent.
Okay. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved. I'll provide a second. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Second. Been moved and properly seconded. All those, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. 2A organizational items. It'll be 2A referendum planning. So I added to our agenda referendum planning. If we reflect back on our work with school perceptions and Rob, he's kind of listed out that our next step is possibly to perform, organize a facilities committee as we continue to move that work forward. So really, I put this on our agenda in governance to make sure that that it's brought fresh again to our minds, and that is something that'll need to take place in this next time period in August and September. So that's really all my intentions for placing it on the agenda to make sure that we continue in that work for the planning and what steps we're going to take next.
So at this time, so it sounds like you've got that kind of, do we have all that lined up, or are we going to need the full board to approve?
Well, it's not lined up.
Okay.
We'll have to have some interaction with our administrators to understand what parts, because there's some of that work that's kind of proceeded, but it's kind of like the formal next step to take. And we have to begin to take that step.
So I guess are we going to need, in that work with our administration, is that something that is needing to come then to the full board for like kind of approving steps, or do we want to come up with like maybe a timeline to provide to the full board?
Well, I think that we'll probably have to form like a special committee.
Okay.
And then from there, I don't want to outline the work right now tonight. Okay. But we'll probably need a special committee and to name people to it. And then, as we're working with the administrators and the facility parts of the work to define how much we might need to ask for, what projects we need to do, that is where those things will come forward at.
So I was jumping into policy to double check. Is there something, would it be like an ad hoc of the governance committee to form a strategic planning committee? And if so, it would be a mix of board and administrators?
Board administrators, community members.
Okay.
But like I said, it's more so for tonight. I just wanted to put it on the agenda. So we're talking about it so that in between whatever steps, because it should also come up in business operations and finance.
Right.
But as we work to set the agenda with our superintendent designee or our interim district administrator in between, that these are the next steps that we need to take to continue that work.
Perfect.
And the specifics and by policy, what it is, that's what we'll take care of at a next meeting. Okay.
And I guess I'm just in listening to that, and then having gone to a couple of, kind of informational pieces about successful referenda. I think that like sooner rather than later, we should introduce the idea of a committee. I'm like highly in favor of that. So if that's something that could come, maybe that comes to the next business operations and finance committee meeting.
Right. So kind of where we're at the end of the month, and it's just a matter of like for the things that we're working with the interim superintendent search, right? The WASB search, strategic plan as it's coming tonight. All these different things are kind of in that orbit, but we're some things are coming to a close or they're moving to the next stage. That I think that, we have meetings all this week, and then I think we've got a meeting on Tuesday too. So just a little bit that, and some of those agendas still have to be set. So
okay, so yeah, maybe after the next business meeting, that's something that we would consider. Yeah, I'm just curious if it becomes an ad hoc of the governance or of the business operations and finance committee. So that's maybe just something to think about. And I'd like to hear what our administrators would prefer and what they think makes sense as well.
Right. We haven't even had that full discussion with them since Rob mentioned it at the at the last meeting where he shared our results and next steps.
Okay.
So it's just kind of following up on those next steps from the work that our community survey with school perceptions provided us.
Perfect. So I know you don't want to do like the whole thing, but I guess I would just say that maybe prior to the end of August, I would love to have maybe some action on establishing the committee. I think would make sense.
Yes, I think that's an appropriate time.
Cool. No, that sounds great.
All right. So we can now move on to board development update. I did meet with, I met over the phone with Drew Howick on this past Friday to kind of catch up to where we've been in our work. I think we last met with him in April, right before our new board members were seated. And, of course, since April, all the work that we've done in between. And so what Drew has for us, I kind of explained to him our process where we're at with our superintendent designee, our interim superintendent search, the superintendent search, our strategic plan is coming forward, and how in our last governance meeting we met and said that we thought it was important to continue our board development and move on that sooner rather than later. So his availability in August, and I told we'll have to make decisions, but he's available August 2nd, the 4th, the 10th, the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th. And he says the 15th is a possibility. We don't have to make a decision tonight, but I think, like I said, as early as we can communicate and knowing that we've got a regular board meeting again, and like I said, the agendas have to be set for the August 2nd meeting. That's an opportunity for us, because when we look at the balance of other activities that we'll have in August because of the search, and like as an example this week, how we're like booked out this week, people have to consider and look at their schedules. For that, the biggest issue, as I explained the work to Drew, was to stress that how well we are all working together, but that we're engaging into an activity like selection of superintendent, interim superintendent, where there are going to be some natural stressors on the relationships, or that we're engaged in processes where different conflicts might come up, that difference of opinion, and that we proactively want to make sure that we've got good processes for ourselves as we're engaging in that work. And so, that everything comes out well and whole. And then also to the need that we'll be working with a new, the interim superintendent, and getting ready for the possibility of adding the superintendent, so that some preparation work so we can continue in our, in our practice of governance. And I also referenced with him the annual board development tool, because as we get towards October, it'll be time again. So our new board members, Board Member Winfield and Board Member Anderson, will now have served from April to October and be able to give their opinion of our work collectively together. So again, those dates are August 2nd, August 4th, August 10th, August 22nd, August 23rd, August 24th. The 15th is a possibility. But that is, I told him that I would get it in front of us as soon as possible for us to make some determination about that date together, and then get back to him so that we can get on his schedule. Yeah.
I think that sounds great. I have two questions. One, would it be wise to wait until we have our interim seated so that we could all kind of get on this? Because there are a lot of things converging together, as you mentioned, and I think it's a great time to have somebody come in and look at the tools that we have and how to kind of increase the resourcefulness that we have to deal with all of those very important things. Would we want to wait until we have somebody in the seat to do that?
Well, as far as our interim superintendent, our plan as we've outlined it is August 2nd, we'll be taking action. And just because of the week we're going to have this week, I don't think anybody probably wants to do board development on.
No, and I was
on that
thinking
one.
like the 20, I liked the 22nd, 23rd, 24th option.
Yeah. So yeah, somewhere later out, but that would be, I think that's that's an appropriate space to work, to add that person to our work together.
So since agendas probably haven't been built yet, I would think for the 23rd. I mean, maybe it's a possibility to do it then, because I think it's been our practice to just do it on a regularly scheduled board night. However, considering, like you said, there's a lot of heavy lifting going on, I would be open to doing like the 22nd or 24th as well. I don't know if we want to do a doodle, or do you want to wait and see?
Yeah, I could ask Michelle to send out a doodle poll, because we, I said the 23rd is the regular. Is that the regular night? Yeah.
No, I lied. Hold on. Sorry, I was misreading the calendar. I am so sorry. No, the 16th is the regular night. The 23rd, we have a governance committee meeting. So I was misreading the thing.
Right. So that might, with a month ahead of time and people being able to understand, and if we are seating that interim superintendent on the 2nd, knowing that we're going to, collaborate together on the 23rd, that might be something that board members are open to, I think. And then we've got these other calendars that are combining. Right. So, but I think by the draft, or what I remember, the night of the 22nd is when the application for the WASB process closes. And I think at one point in time, that might have been a night when we were coming together. But like I said, I just think that we'll have to have people check the calendars and clear, because there's a lot of additional dates that we had to add.
Absolutely.
But I think that the 23rd, like you said, the 23rd or the,
Another thought is, I thought it was wonderful when we had the new board members work with Mr. Hoek, before they got rolling. And so I think one of the dates that you said was like the 10th. If we could see about people's availability on the 10th, it might be nice sooner rather than later, just to kind of, as like a welcome in kind of calibration exercise. Like that could be cool. Right. So yeah, the dates are open. It could be, those are the dates he gave us, and he's waiting on us to let him know what we're available for. So it's kind of, it'll appear on some agenda and then some doodle poll for us to take action, and then I'll call Drew back. That sounds great. Thank you so much for doing that. All right. And we're now at 2C, strategic plan.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present the district's strategic plan recommendation to the Governance Committee. I'm Monica Christopa, Chief of Communications and Marketing, and I will be presenting this evening along with Teresa Moratek, Melissa Beavers, and Wendy LaPointe. I would also like to thank and acknowledge Dr. Colin Lewis from Battelle for Kids, who is joining us virtually, and we have really appreciated his leadership and facilitation of this process. Our ask for this evening at the end of the presentation is for the Governance Committee to move forward an approval of the strategic plan to the full Board of Education. Yep, am I okay? We also want to thank and acknowledge the collaborative work that has taken place over the last 4 months. Our strategic plan process included students, families, staff, our board, and community members. We thank them for their time, expertise, input, feedback, and more. This strategic plan is the result of everyone's hard work and commitment to our students, staff, and our district. And it should be noted that these names will also be a part of the final strategic plan that's put on our website and shared with the community. Before I hand the presentation over to Teresa Moratek, I want to share with you the 5 strategic plan priorities. They are equity, culture and leadership, whole child, engagement, and finance. As we began our work identifying these priorities, we had an intentional focus through the lens of our DEI statement, our mission statement, and our vision statement. So Teresa, with that, can you please take over and talk about the priority of equity?
Good evening. So our first priority area is equity. And you'll notice organization and the way in which these slides will be presented. So we'll have that priority area, a statement, and then we'll have those objectives and strategies. So the statement for equity is that the School District of Beloit believes in creating an environment that honors and respects our human differences, works to ensure everyone is welcomed, and is committed to removing barriers and providing support for individuals to achieve their greatest potential. In the area of equity, we have 3 bucketed objectives with those strategies underneath. So this first objective is addressing disproportionality. So the School District of Beloit will leverage internal and external stakeholders to reveal and address disproportionality across the district. In order to do that, we have 3 main strategies: analyze identified areas of disproportionality in staffing, discipline, and academic outcomes, develop action plans and progress monitoring tools to address areas of disproportionality, and our last strategy, ensure a proportionate representation of student populations are present across all district initiatives. The second objective that we have to address equity is systems and structures. The School District of Beloit will develop strong systems and structures to ensure there is responsibility and accountability for the equity work within each of the schools and district. And in order to achieve that, we have 4 main strategies: develop a district equity policy to inform practices with input from internal and external committee members, develop a system of communication to inform the public and school community about the equity work being done, conduct an annual equity audit to what structures are in place and where additional support is needed, and finally, cultivate a cohort of leaders and educators to pilot new strategies and resources that are aimed at specifically targeting equitable outcomes and provide input to inform professional learning opportunities. And our last objective is data structures. The School District of Beloit will build comprehensive and robust data structures and protocols to identify barriers to success. We have 3 strategies to support that: leverage empathy and affinity groups for collecting lived experiences to be used in decision-making processes, develop a structure for using student feedback to inform the decision-making processes, and to build data structures that ensure data is disaggregated in alignment with district and school goals. And then finally, we will be developing ways in which we'll be monitoring success. So in order to monitor our success towards our equity work, we will have an equity audit dashboard. We'll have a data dashboard that includes discipline and identified academic outcomes. And then when it comes to culture, we'll be looking at that perceptions data. And you will notice as we go through the slides that there will be some overlapping progress monitoring tools, which makes sense because we want, to be coherent in our work and to use some of those similar monitoring or data streams for each of the priority areas. Thank you.
I am going to focus on the priority area of culture and leadership. So our priority statement under culture and leadership reads, the School District of Beloit commits to fostering a responsive, caring, and inclusive culture where all feel valued, supportive, and hopeful. We also have 3 objectives under culture and leadership. The first objective statement focuses on belonging and trust. The School District of Beloit will develop authentic relationships with all stakeholders, including students, staff, families, and community, by creating welcoming environments, nurturing open, trusting relationships, practicing mutual respect, and engaging in proactive communication. The 4 strategies aligned to this objective are: create a welcoming and inclusive environment for students, staff, families, and community. All people are seen, heard, and valued. Our second strategy is cultivate relationships between and among students, staff, families, and the community. Third strategy, ensure proactive and consistent district-wide communication. And our last strategy for this objective is ensure every student and staff member has what they need when they need it. Our second objective under culture and leadership focuses on leadership and staffing. The School District of Beloit will have systems in place that promote recruitment, retention, and success planning for all staff. Our systems will value, appreciate, and support our staff and their professional growth needs, pursuit of excellence, and efforts to ensure the success of every student. We've got 3 strategies that align with this objective. Provide high quality, personalized, ongoing professional development for all staff. Provide all staff clear performance expectations that drive evaluation, professional development, and accountability. And lastly, recruit, retain, and develop a workforce representative of our student population. Our last objective area focuses on collective efficacy. The School District of Beloit will share a collective belief that students, families, staff, and community members have the ability to positively impact students. We have 3 strategies. Stakeholders will engage in clear cycles of reflection in relation to student outcomes. Ensure there's a place for students and families for K through 12 to engage in our system throughout their child's educational career because families are equitable thought partners. And our last strategy is to expand partnerships and create opportunities for fellowship with all stakeholders. The data stream, like Teresa said, you may see some overlap here, but again, that's a good thing. We've listed the following ways to monitor our success in the area of culture and leadership. So empathy groups or listening sessions, climate surveys from students, staff, and community, our diversity report that focuses on staffing, discipline and attendance data, exit survey data, which would include student, staff, parents, and guardians, attrition rates of staff, and then our wellness check through New Route, which is our restorative practices. So I will pass it back to Teresa. Thank you.
Okay, our next priority area is the whole child. And our priority statement says, the School District of Beloit honors the whole child through our focus on student achievement, social and emotional well-being, and health and wellness in order to allow all of our students to thrive, reach their greatest potential, and to demonstrate qualities found within our portrait of a graduate. Our first objective is academic achievement. The School District of Beloit will move our state report card from fails to meet expectations to meeting expectations through an increase in equitable academic outcomes across demographic groups, reporting years 2023, 24, and 25. 4 strategies to support this: design systems that make high quality instructional materials, instruction, which includes engagement and professional learning, the foundation of the district's teaching and learning experiences. Ensure academic outcomes for all students by defining essential learning targets and implementing high leverage instructional practices. That's through that measurement of teacher clarity. Develop systems and structures that challenge bias and deficit mindsets around collective teacher efficacy and student academic outcomes, specifically to include lifting BIPOC voices. And finally, create meaningful pathways for students to develop their academic and career talent as they progress through the School District of Beloit. Our next objective for the priority of whole child is social emotional learning. The School District of Beloit will build and strengthen school systems and support around the social, emotional, behavioral wellness of the school community through implementing strong PBIS, culturally responsive practices, and restorative practices. 2 strategies to support this objective: design systems and structures that dismantle current oppressive practices and build equitable practices that benefit all members of the School District of Beloit, specifically to include lifting BIPOC voices. Strengthen social, emotional, behavioral learning opportunities for all members of the School District of Beloit by expanding on partnerships, embedded offerings, implementation of the sub-curriculum with integrity, and access points. And our last objective for whole child is health and wellness. The School District of Beloit will ensure equitable access to district health and wellness resources, as well as school sports and co-curricular activities across all demographic groups. Expand community resources to offer on-site health services with a provider, counseling, medical, health screenings, vaccinations. Our second strategy, build systems of support between schools, including pupil services, homeschool liaisons, and other district staff and families to make connections to community health and wellness resources in the state line community. And finally, increase opportunities for participation in co-curricular activities in order to foster well-being and enrichment across all demographic groups while eliminating barriers, specifically to include lifting BIPOC voices. We have a large data stream here, but again, there's overlapping. So some of those things is that triangulation of academic testing benchmarks, NAEP, Forward, ACT, Aspire, MAP, AGR goals, reading on grade level by the end of third grade, passing grades in English and math in the 8th grade, high school GPAs, advanced learning opportunities, dual credit and internships, looking at the participation rates of that, attendance and discipline data, some qualitative data like empathy groups, co-curricular activities and extracurricular activities, clubs and sports, health and wellness access benchmarks, and wellness checks and SABRs. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm going to now present the priority of engagement. And the focus of this is the School District of Beloit nurtures and cultivates an engaged student, family, staff, and community through proactive, consistent connections, clear and relevant communication, and strong relationship building with an emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And you'll notice under each of the objectives, we've separated them out by staff, student, community, and families. The word engagement is in each one, but where we're trying to make the connectiveness, especially with students, is in engagement and belonging. The School District of Beloit will nurture and cultivate student engagement by removing obstacles and providing diverse perspectives and experiences for our 4K through 12th grade students. We have 4 strategies. Provide students time to positively start and end the school day. The second strategy, ensure opportunities to promote student belongingness through authentic learning experiences. Create schools that will be welcoming and engaging to each and every student. And the fourth strategy, focus on improvement efforts towards attendance district-wide. The next objective is in relationship with our families, again, and the focus on engagement and communication. The School District of Beloit will nurture and cultivate engaged families through consistent and effective communication, outreach, and partnerships. We have 5 strategies. Implement a scheduling verification system to avoid duplicate events across schools. Ensure accessibility of technology, making it available for all students and families in and out of school. Increase family attendance at events and school functions by considering both research-based traditional and non-traditional approaches to engagement. Seek new and alternative ways to increase feedback from all families. Ensure families are connected with all school and community resources and resources are responsive to expressed needs. And the final strategy, create learning and enrichment opportunities outside of the traditional school day. Our next objective focuses on staff, the engagement and development. The School District of Beloit will nurture and cultivate engaged staff through consistent and effective communication and collaboration through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have 5 strategies again. Assess and develop a robust talent pipeline across the district for all employee groups to ensure there are pathways for equity, diversity, and inclusion in recruitment. Develop a system of support for BIPOC staff that focuses on increased belonging and retention efforts. Create an employee life cycle program from recruitment, hiring, onboarding, development, retention, and resignation or retirement. Implement district-wide staff recognition with the interconnectedness of the employee life cycle program. And the final strategy, refine mentor-mentee program to meet diverse needs of the staff. Our last objective focuses on community engagement and partnerships. The School District of Beloit will nurture and cultivate an engaged community through consistent and effective communication, collaboration, and partnerships. We have 3 strategies. Evaluate current communication channels in order to ensure effective two-way communication between the district and broader community. Create system and structures to increase authentic school and community collaboration. And establish a database of alumni and friends in order to increase and strengthen partnerships and support through relationship building. Again, I'll reiterate our data stream for monitoring this intersects with all the other priorities, but primarily focused on discipline and attendance data, the coordination and synergy with empathy groups, the qualitative data, academic testing benchmarks, co-curricular activities and participation, health and wellness benchmarks, exit surveys, and then community communication access, looking at ways to increase that and follow it.
Good evening. Our last priority is in the area of finance, and the priority statement for finance states that the School District of Beloit displays its fiscal responsibility by ensuring that every dollar spent enhances and adds value for our students, staff, and community. To accomplish this, there are 3 objectives. The first objective is a stabilized budget. The School District of Beloit will build and present a stable budget while supporting the goals, effectiveness, and longevity of the district. There are 4 strategies to achieve this. The first is to utilize a budget forecasting model to monitor financial stability for future years, to adopt rigorous policies for all operating funds aimed at achieving and maintaining a structurally balanced budget focusing on sustainability, identify, protect, and enhance funding streams on an annual basis to reflect our organization's beliefs and values, and to develop a reference guide for alternative funding sources such as grants, donations, endowments, scholarships, and more. Our next objective is equitable resourcing. The School District of Beloit will follow an equitable model to distribute resources to maximize outcomes for students. The 2 strategies to achieve this are to research models and consider revisions to our financial structures that allocate operational funding based on demographics of the schools and individual student needs, and to monitor and review enrollment data to adjust facilities and personnel to align with current and future needs of the district on an annual basis. Our last objective is transparency and communication. The School District of Beloit will develop a system and structure to communicate our fiscal responsibility to stakeholder groups. To do so, we will develop clear and concise communication channels to share budget and school finance to the community at large, provide quarterly school finance presentations at board meetings, and develop a structure to seek annual feedback and input that reflects the diversity of the community in order to inform decision-making. To monitor our success, we will provide quarterly budget development updates, preliminary budget information, and annual budget hearing presentations to the Board of Education and community, utilize community input groups, and use a school finance dashboard.
So, Teresa, if you want to, before feedback begins, just talk about some of the next steps we'll be taking upon approval of this strategic plan?
Sure. So we will be asking for this to move to the next agenda for the full board meeting. And then if approved, we will begin to look through our strategies and thinking about action plan development and what that looks like, and then breaking that down into priorities, year 1, year 2, year 3. And so that project management will happen through the administration at COLAC, and then various teams, and then connecting also with schools and school improvement plans. Are there any questions?
So I'll open up to all board members, but we can begin. I don't have many questions now because I was a part of the development, and I asked a lot of the questions that I had during the the final presentation when we met. But I did want to open it up to all the other board members, because the hope is that we'll take a vote on this today to move it out of this committee, and it'll go to the full board. So then they'll have the opportunity. And like we said, we try to do a lot of the work in committee so that when we get to the business meeting, things can move very quickly. But based on attendance and that there's some board members that are absent, we may have to answer more questions when we get back. But Board Member Miller, you got it.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for just the enormous undertaking that this was and will continue to be. I mean, this is what is this is like the heavy lift. And it's a very heavy lift, and it's many hands make light work, but it's not light work, right? So I just want to fully acknowledge that I understand it's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and I thank you for everybody. So I have a couple of questions, just mostly clarifications. I'm just utterly thrilled by this document, and I would love to just run and shout it from the rooftops to everybody. So I'll start with that. Okay. I'm going to work backwards through my questions. The first question is to my board member colleagues here. So this is phenomenal. It's wondering, people are going to have questions. I know we talked about doing a listening session and focusing on school safety. My question is that when we do our listening session that we're sort of billing as a school safety kind of info thing, can we tie that to the strategic plan? Because for example, the word safety isn't specifically in those leading values, and I want people to just clearly see that path and connection. So perhaps when we introduce to folks about school safety, can we say, okay, here's our strategic plan, just the high level piece. This is where this fits in, so people don't feel like it's a disjointed thing. So we don't have to, I just wanted to pitch that out real quick.
Oh, I mean, when I think about our whole child focus,
right?
To me, that means keep people safe.
Oh, I mean, I know it's there, but I'm just saying, so somebody who is casually looking at this document, who's worried about school safety, might say, well, where's the school? You know what I'm saying? So if we could use that listening session as an opportunity to. Oh,
you mean when we have the listening session?
Right.
If there's the developments and continuing conversation about school safety.
Correct. Yes.
To introduce the strategic plan and what things we have there.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think that there's going to be a whole development of a rollout for the strategic plan itself.
Okay.
I mean, one way to view the work of the strategic plan is, like I said, these are the priorities for the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. Like I said, this is important because, as Dr. Kieser has left and someone else will be coming, that we don't need that person to come with their own bag of magic tricks. We're asking that person to come here and help us do this plan. And then this is a 3-year plan, and I'm assuming that we're going to engage in another round as we get to the end of this 3-year plan, because that's our purpose. So we'll, specifically as we try to address different concerns, of course, some things blend over, but we've got specific purposes to communicate the work of this out in different spaces. I mean, like I said, we might not have explicitly called. Well, what I'll say is we might not be engaging in safety theater that other people may be engaging in, but we know that we have safety measures, projects, grants, tools and resources that we were already working on before anything ever happened. because that's our commitment to trying to keep our people safe. So I would just say that all things that need to be talked about will be talked about, and we'll get them in the right space.
No, for sure. And I was just hoping, yeah, in your based on what you just said, like, I think any opportunity we have to clarify and communicate is good. And I just
Right.
was, as we were just wrapping up the presentation, it occurred to me that would be a great opportunity to just make that connection. So that would be awesome. Okay. So I have a question about the school finance dashboard. It's an in the weeds question. I just came back from a conference where we talked quite a bit about school funding and some state barriers to equitable school funding for districts across the state. And one of the big themes from some of the speakers that I listened to in a panel was about people not understanding like the cost of how some of this like kind of statewide things that are beyond our control as districts, like the impact that really has in a community. And I just wanted to put forward, because I had some conflicts for the strategic plan sessions that Board President Levy was able to attend. So this is probably would have been more appropriate there. But I just wanted to ask if there had been some consideration to including on a school finance dashboard, like what are some of the costs of like things that are happening beyond the district and how it affects our district, so that people in our community can continue to be good advocates to like their state and local representatives.
There is
Certainly.
one of the strategies. Sorry, I can't see if someone's at the podium. I apologize. Wendy, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Wendy.
I was just going to say that that's excellent feedback, and certainly that's something that we can put in our action plans. Like you said, yeah, it's more detailed than what we're getting at here, and certainly as part of our transparency and just informing the public, we want to be getting more of that information out, and so that's something we would put on the dashboard.
I really appreciate that. And yeah, like I said, I know it's an in the weeds question and I expect you to be like, yeah, here, but I wanted to take the opportunity to offer that feedback, because I think sometimes, as a community member and like as a parent, like it's frustrating sometimes when you don't like, well, how do I fix this thing that I have a problem with? And I would love it if we could map out for people, like, here's exactly where that should be directed. Right. So thank you for entertaining that question.
Thank you.
Miller,
Yeah,
sorry, excuse me.
100%.
So what are you saying, like, there are certain things that the state does that have impacts to our budget, and you're asking that we highlight how this action the state did impacts the Beloit budget? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and even down to the child. So, for example, there's a map that I can't remember the name of the group somebody put together last year when they passed the biennial budget that provided zero spendable dollars for 2 years to school districts, every public school district in Wisconsin. And somebody actually, they went down and went district by district. They called it like winners and losers. And the map of Wisconsin is overwhelmingly like loser districts because it's zero spendable dollars. I would love it if it were possible, and it might not be possible. So it's okay. But I wanted to just put forward, like, if we could go down like to the point of like, how does this impact individual children? So like the state's unfulfilled promise to fully fund special education at 2/3, which is barely at 30%. How does that cost? Because we pay that from our general fund, right? So like, how does that cost each child? Even if your child is not in special ed, how is that the state essentially taking dollars from your child? So like, that's not the school district being, frivolously spending something or not focusing all finances on the child. Like, how does that, you see what I'm getting at?
Oh yeah, I agree that those are the things that the general public might not be aware of. So that's excellent information to put out on our dashboard. Yes.
I appreciate it. Does that make sense, Board President Levy? Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking that feedback for me. Okay. I just have like 3 more. I'm going to try to be short. Okay. So, all right. I have all the coffee. We're ready to go. Okay, cool. So what I heard a lot of, and I'm so like heart-filled by that, in our whole child and engagement categories has a lot to do with what I would interpret as like a community schools piece. And so I'm just wondering about currently, in terms of where we're at in our administration, like the extent to which we've considered the community schools model as a mechanism to meet those actions, or I guess they're not the action steps. That's a misnomer, but the strategies, sorry, that you laid out.
Sure, I can answer some of that. What I would say is that when you look at the community schools model, essentially you're thinking about what is the community saying they want in a school, right? And what are some of those resources that we can bring into schools? And so even just looking at some of our schools, an example would be Merrill. That particular principal has really looked into the community schools model and taken some of those aspects. Is it in a formal community school? Have we applied for that grant funding? Not yet, but those are things that we definitely can look into, that we can think about. But again, a community school is often driven by philosophy of what a community school is. It's driven by what the community says they need as resources within that building. So through those empathy groups or conversations, we could pull in some of those resources.
I really appreciate that. Yeah, I guess like my read on community schools was pretty much captured in one of your last slides about giving, students and teachers what they need, right? And so, and while the needs of each building might, be, somewhat different from one another, like every child in our district and every family in our district has a need for, and probably institutionally, like comprehensively institutionally unfilled need for access to certain resources, whether it's like, I know we've got our clothing closets, but I mean like increasing access to like telehealth or, mental health services, all these wonderful things that are already coming through. And so since we have, it seems to me like we've got all the pieces on the table, and I'm just, I'm hopeful, I guess, like some of my feedback, I guess, would be I'm hopeful that that is the direction that we're going, because community schools are so transformative to communities and to students, based on at least the research I've looked at. So I want to applaud all of those elements being in the strategies, and just acknowledge that we already have, like as initiatives in our district, so many of these community schools pieces. So, I mean, does that sound, are we calibrated, I guess, on that?
Yes, we are. That's exactly what I'm saying. So essentially, it doesn't have to necessarily be a formalized, process, but we have elements that already exist, and we can expand on those elements.
No, that's awesome. And I mean, if there's grant funding available too, I mean, once we get, I'm like picturing building like the Taj Mahal out of Legos, which makes me want to pass out. But like, as we kind of start to build those pieces and things kind of start to take shape, I mean, is it possible for us to apply for grant funding in the future? As part, would that fit under the umbrella of what we've outlined in the strategic plan?
I think applying for grants is always possible, right? And we just have to get a lot of stakeholders at the table. But again, essentially, a community school is driven by the people and the stakeholders that say they want a community school. So in feedback and surveying and building out those action plans, if that's what people in a site say that they want, then we could pursue that avenue. And that really, actually, in my former role, familiar with community schools. I had 7 under a region that I worked in. And so that's essential, right? You can't, from the top, make the decision, we're going to have a community school and apply. It has to come from the stakeholder group. It's a ground up. It's grassroots.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't sure what the distinction was and how that formal process works. I appreciate you filling it in for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yay. Okay. Last question. So for the professional development piece that was in the first category, so how are we, I guess what I want to just get right at is what are the mechanisms that will exist so that teachers can give feedback about what they feel is meaningful professional development? Because I know there has to be okay, we have this new curriculum, and there are, and all of the wonderful things actually that we just heard about at our last Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services Committee, I'm sure I think you said have ongoing PD elements. So what are the spaces where teachers can kind of give feedback on that? Because sometimes there are things that teachers feel like they need access to for professional development. Could we talk on that a little bit?
Sure. So we already have avenues in the way in which we survey staff and collect feedback. But as part of if we say that's our strategy, then part of our action plan will be to build out what are some other things and avenues that we can do. So naming it right now would in some ways be the cart before the horse, right? Because we're adopting this plan that identifies objectives and strategies, that being one. And so again, the work then will follow with building out those action plans.
Perfect. So that would be a consideration for the action plan that would appropriately fit under, okay, so again, wanting to calibrate and clarify. So I appreciate it. That completes my list of questions and thoughts. So I really want to, again, thank you for taking the time to work that through with me and for all the work that you've put into this and will put into this. So thanks.
Thank you.
Board Member Schneider, do you have questions?
Well, first, I would like to publicly, thank everybody who worked on all of the design teams. Unfortunately, I was not able to be at all of the meetings, but those that I was at was encouraged to see the amount of discussion that was taking place. So it truly was more of a community-based plan. I like the way it's been flushed out and presented. I think it covers what the needs are within the community. And I thank you for all of your work to get this done. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the action plans are as we move forward, as how we're going to accomplish each of these strategies. So thank you.
So just the thing that I would say in closing, other board members will have the opportunity when we get to the full board meeting. And that for us, one of the important parts of having a strategic plan so that we have a viable vision from our community. It's, what we will be trying to do over the next 3 years. It's not just what the 7 elected board members, we want to do this. We're whipping the organization around in different directions. Our community, our stakeholders, parents, business, employees, and board members together have developed this plan, and this is Beloit's work, so that it has the legitimacy and the viability, and all of us have something to work towards together as we're moving, and then we're able to chart our success and celebrate it together as we're making our way. So I do want to thank the team for finishing that up, to thank Dr. Lewis for his facilitation with us, and Dr. Kieser for the part that he played as a team member as we put all this together, and then how we made that adjustment at the end to make sure we got everything to the finish line, and that we would be going into the 22-23 school year with a plan. So thank you everyone for your work. All right. Yeah, you can clap if you want to. All right. So is there a motion for the approval of this to send it to the full board out of committee?
I move that we move out of committee for approval for the full board, the strategic plan as presented.
All right, I second that. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Nope.
All right, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so this will be moving out of committee. Mrs. Moratek and I will have to continue to sit down and work on the agendas, and we'll get it in the right place so the work can continue. All right, so we're now on to 3A, meeting closing, our future meetings. Let me see here. Our next meeting is Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022 at 6 p.m. And 3B, adjournment. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
It's been moved on, seconded. All those in favor, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned, and we'll probably get started in about 5 or 6 minutes here at our next meeting, which is our special meeting for our interim superintendent. Yep. All right, I'm going to call to order this special board meeting at 6:40 p.m. Mrs. Dooley, can you give us a roll call, please?
Yes. Brian Anderson. Spencer Anderson. Amy Levy.
Here.
Sean Levy.
Present.
Megan Miller.
Present?
Greg Snyder.
Present.
Jawan Winfield.
Present.
The roll reflects that board members Brian and Spencer Anderson are absent.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by board member Megan Miller and seconded by board member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of the approval of the motion for the approval of the agenda signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Item 2A, executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by board member Schneider and seconded by board member Miller. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying, we need a roll call vote to go into closed session.
Okay, Amy Levy.
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Megan Miller.
Aye.
Greg Snyder.
Aye.
Juan Winfield.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay, so we'll be going into closed session, and when we return, we'll be coming back out to develop the interim superintendent interview questions.
Thank you.
Just remind board members to close out of the link. There was a board member that left their camera on last time. That was me. That was me. right, I'm ready to start. Everybody ready? Okay, so the Board of Education is reconvening from closed session where we have chosen candidates for interviews, and we are now on 3A, development of interim superintendent interview questions. What we'll do is we'll start out with a category, and then we'll add to the questions. And then we have, I think our board clerk has our order that we'll go in. So we'll start first with the biographical section. And then I think we're going to start with board member Brian Anderson did send us, he's not here tonight, but he did send work to participate in the development of the questions.
So he doesn't have one for category 1.
Okay, nothing that's in that category?
No.
Okay, so then board member Schneider, do you have the order that we're going to work our way down? Because I don't.
May I interject? Since I'm going to type, so I'm going to go last. Is that okay, board member Schneider, if I have anything new to add?
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah.
We went through the pattern we followed before. Was A. Levy, J. Winfield, G. Schneider, S. Levy, B. Anderson, and M. Miller.
And so we're starting with B. Anderson, and then got it. And Miller will be last. All right. Board member Levy. In a biographical section there.
Yeah, no problem. So I combined 2 of the questions. So my question is, what is it about the school district of Beloit that led you to apply for this position? And what experiences will you bring to our district that will assist us in meeting our goals as outlined in our strategic plan? Yeah.
Okay. Board member Winfield.
I did not have a question for the first category.
I didn't even join the meeting. I'm sorry. Just open it.
Can everybody see okay?
I'm good. Even better.
Okay, now I'm in the meeting. I gotta find the list again. So I combined in that biographical section A and C, what experiences you bring to the district that will continue to make us better, and what is it about the school district? I guess for just kind of the thing that I want to get to in that section, of course, is just to hear that person describe themselves. But specifically in this interim role, how are they going to help us?
Is there language that you would add? Like, do you want to change or add to what we already have up there, or do you want me to write something else entirely?
Oh, I can't see this.
Oh, I'm sorry. It says, what is it about the school district of Beloit that led you to apply to this position, and what experiences will you bring to the district that will assist us in meeting our goals as outlined in our strategic plan?
The only thing I would say is, maybe they follow the development of the strategic plan, but, there's a presentation in governance tonight, but it might not be a whole thing that they actually know of and see, so.
Mm-hmm. So how would you change it?
I'm fine with it. Just to understand, just kind of the brief introduction of yourself. Just adding that part so that they do take time to explain to us who they are in that question. Because sometimes if you're not prompted, you miss it. All right. Next to you, Board Member Miller.
I'm totally fine with what we have written.
All right, so our second category, school community relations. Board Member Anderson had.
Oh, yep. Oh, man. So Board Member Anderson had two Bs. Yeah, I can't. It's screen flashing at me because everybody's got their mic on. Oh. Yeah, we can only have 3 mics on at the same time. It's fun. Okay, so 2B, and I'm not sure if which document he pulled it from. So the first 2B is, please share with us a problem you have experienced with school and community relations. Why do you feel that problem occurred, and how would you consider handling it differently in the future? And then the other, let's see what the other 2B is. The other 2B is, how will you inspire trust and positive working relationships with school personnel in the community? Did Brian indicate which list he was using? Can you double check real quick? Because this is going to get kind of tedious. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to just use so this first list is this PDF where it says, how will you inspire trust and positive work? Is that the one you mean? Yep, okay. So I will put that on there as a starting point.
Board Member, is that it? Board Member Levy, are you ready?
Of course I am. So for school community relations, mine is, and I'm using that same sheet and I kind of combined. How do you ensure that all segments of the school community receive information? And how do you encourage questions and feedback from those not directly in the schools? And then my second part of that is, describe how you communicate and engage with students. But that second, I just added it with, okay.
Are you done, Board Member Levy?
I am.
Board Member Winfield?
Board Member Levy, she pretty much summed up the second part of the question. What would be an ideal work relationship? If it's okay, if we can add, what would be working relationship with the board on that question?
I think there's another category where it's board and superintendent relationship.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. Okay. All right, Board Member Schneider.
I have 2. How would you proactively engage the community and media to ensure the district's message is communicated and perceived accurately? Please provide an example.
Can you repeat after media?
To ensure the district's message is communicated and perceived accurately, please provide an example. And the second one is, give an example of a community partnership you have developed. How will you do that here?
So I kind of had some of the same things, but the only one I would add is tell us about a time when you had to communicate difficult or unfavorable information to a team or an individual, and what were the circumstances and how was closure reached.
Is that, which one is that?
Aye.
Do we want to pair as we go along or come back to it?
Well, let's take Board Member Miller first, and then we'll kind of close up this part of school community relations.
All of mine has been covered.
All right. So I think the thing is, this is another thought that I had, is that this position is like intended that August, September, because we have our other WSB search, but it's possible that might we want to ask the candidates to answer in the short term and in the long term, so that we have that they're thinking on, if it's 2 months, it's this. If I had to do this the whole year, this is how I might ask that first. And then we still can go back to, I think, what Board Member Levy is saying about how to close that section up or kind of bring it together in a different way.
I would be fine with, so we're looking at 2 to 6 for this category, with using 6 and then somehow incorporating 4.
I would agree. I really like number 4.
So can we combine 4 and 6 as our number 2?
I think I went 4 and 6. I'm toggling between screens. 4, I see that, and 6, practically engaged. Please provide an example. The only other thing though is I don't want to lose about the can we get that inspire, trust part? I mean, I just want to know how a person who's brand new to our community, brand new to our school community, I need to know how they plan to make the relationships that they're going to work through.
So like, how would you, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. So if we started it with, how will you inspire trust and proactively engage the community? I mean, does that kind of meet the spirit of what you wanted to address?
Yes.
So, for example, question number 2 could be, how will you inspire trust and proactively engage the community and media to ensure the district's message is communicated and perceived accurately? Please provide an example. Furthermore, 2-part, right? Tell us about a time. I mean, we can just do these 2.
It's going to be what it is, right? But that's number 2.
So 4 and so the edited 4 and number 6 are number 2. Cool.
Yes.
Numbers are adjectives. Got it.
Well, we're making headway.
Just to throw it out there, do we think it's implied that how will you inspire, that the provide an example part is included, or do we want to be explicit about?
Be explicit to say, give us an example.
Okay, perfect.
3, vision. Are we ready to move to that section? Okay. We got Board Member Anderson, B. Anderson, to start us out. I'm supposed to be looking at those. I don't think he has a vision question. Okay, so we'll go to Board Member A. Levy for a vision section.
So my question under vision is, how do you communicate the district's vision to staff and the community? How would you ensure that the vision is understood and implemented across the district?
Which one is that? I'm sorry.
No problem. So that's D, 3D.
Okay. Board Member Winfield.
I did not have any questions for him from that category.
Okay, Board Member Schneider.
I did not have any questions for that category.
Okay, so, there's three A and G. So, for me, I had A and G, but, in G, it addresses strategic planning, but really, our team is really going to carry that work forward. That person will not have to do that part of it. So I'm fine with just something with the A. Describe how you will work with the school board and community. It says to plan for the future, but if you make the question say something about like this person will come into our strategic plan, but like for the time that they're here, how are they helping us carry out our plan for the future?
Can you incorporate that in the number 3 that's on there?
Would you suggest the board?
I think the biggest part that I would just add, if you just incorporate, is I specifically want to hear them describe their interaction with the Board of Education. I know it's the next category, but that's also part of the vision category too, though.
Like regarding the district vision.
Right.
I would just, if I can piggyback, and I'm not going to read it, but like I wrote my own question for number 3, but it was oriented around the strategic plan. Could we like either replace or add strategic plan to district, like with district's vision?
Or priorities to district.
Or something like, so for example, how do you communicate the district's, would it be like vision and strategic plan? Or like, what do you?
Just a
Slash, okay. Because I just want to make sure.
That is
because it's important to me that like kind of what board member or what Board President Levy was saying in the governance committee, like we're hiring somebody to like take the wheel, right? So I want to make sure that gets across in our.
Do you mean kind of like we don't need them to come with their own dog and pony show?
Yes, because
like,
we're going. We don't need someone to take the seat. We want them to take the wheel.
Right.
Right.
And to me that's the part where I wanted to make sure that the board part was in that question.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to are you all cool with me just adding that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I keep messing this up. There we go. Does that look okay to everybody?
Great.
Beautiful. Is it district vision or district's vision? I want to be consistent.
Throw apostrophe S in there.
Okay.
The district owns it.
Do it.
All right, are we ready for section 4? Category 4, board superintendent relationship. Let me see how board member Brian Anderson started us out. 4D.
Okay. So 4D is what do you do when you disagree with the board member?
So I ended my question with that, but the first part was 4A. How will you communicate with the school board outside of the boardroom? Describe how you solicit and use input from individual board members. And then I concluded to what do you do when you disagree with a board member?
Okay, board member Winfield.
My question for category 4. What would be your ideal working relationship with the school board?
Could we add that to the beginning?
I think so, yes.
Board member Schneider.
The one I had was, as the interim superintendent, what strategies would you use to develop a positive working relationship with the board?
Yeah, I mean, what I have is in the same vein as what Board Member Schneider and Winfield said, so I don't need to add anything to it. Other than the commentary that just having that person explain to us how they plan to work with us in partnership is what's important.
Are we okay with just like glomming all of that together, or does anybody want to pare anything down?
I would assume that they want a positive working relationship with the board. So if we could use that language in lieu of what would be your ideal working relationship with the board. And then I would be actually fine with describe how you will solicit and input individual board members, because I think the spirit of that is captured in the sentence below, or sentence above, excuse me. How will you communicate with the school board outside of the boardroom? Get rid of that sentence. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
John, are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
And I would just add, like, in this category, an important part is understanding the channels of communication that'll be opened, so we understand what is happening.
Which is captured here, right?
Right. Okay. Board Member Miller, are you ready? Or
I feel great, and Board Member Anderson does not have anything. He doesn't have anything until 7 now.
Okay, so Board Member A. Levy. 5, operations and finance.
Yeah, so my question is just, let me see which one it is. It's A. Describe the factors, processes, and priorities you will consider when developing the school district budget.
Okay, Board Member Winfield.
Category 5, I don't have any questions.
Board Member Schneider.
We are in a deficit budget cycle. How can you help the district improve our financial position?
Was it the board or the district?
Yeah, the district.
Yeah, this would be, for me in operations finance, I just need something about the referenda planning, because that's something I think we need them to help us get to.
I actually, the one I had selected for this one was D, which is describe your experience with planning and presenting information to the public regarding a referendum. Were you successful? Why or why not?
Yeah.
But do you want to tweak
Well,
that?
just that, I mean, that question can go as it is. But like I said, the development of that committee to move the next place from our school perceptions work to what needs to be done, so we can work towards the ballot question. Yep.
Okay. So just to be clear, so do we want to say do we want to just keep Board Member Schneider's language as like a follow-up to the anchor question that we had?
Board Member Schneider, would you be comfortable with stating we're in a deficit budget cycle and then describe the factors, processes, like all of that stuff? Because I'm certain that the candidate doesn't want to do anything to negatively impact our situation. And I think that answering those questions is at the heart of improving our financial situation.
Right. That, the answer is, this is our situation. Yeah. We need to develop a budget as it usually goes. Like, how are you informing board members so we can make the decisions that we're going to, because this person is going to take us up to October 1st, which is basically they're working all the way through. And we might even need them to just kind of carry that part of the work out, which some other steps that we might take, even though we have someone else sitting. And then that referenda planning work needs to happen in there. So I'm fine with those. As we have that, I think we've captured what we need.
You're cool with this part added at the end, though?
Yeah, the referenda planning.
Are you okay?
And,
okay.
Yeah.
Because then that would include the committee piece of planning. Okay.
Right.
So are we removing the how can you help the district improve its financial position?
why don't we just change that to explain to us how you would work with us around because we're gonna have to adopt the budget, or like how would you facilitate this board to move towards its budget adoption in that process?
But I think that's kind of addressed before, describe the factors, processes, and priorities you would consider when developing the school district budget.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say like with the board? Would that address?
Right.
I think that's just my position. I think that's given. I like the pared down version.
I'm sorry. I'd rather make that part
Who else are
explicit,
they working
though.
with, though?
Well, sometimes this is the part about it's not what you're doing by themselves. It's about making sure, because that's a net board relationship, that this is what you're doing with us, because the 7 of us will have to say yes or no. And then we've got ESSER funds and all these other types of things that are going on with that. It's just making sure they understand who the audience is. You said Board Member Anderson has one or no? For 6? Okay, not to 7. Board Member A. Levy.
What is your plan to share district assessment results with the board and community? I believe that's 6D.
Board Member Winfield.
My question was on the same lines. What's the plan to have communication about our curriculum to the community?
Okay.
Did you want to, I'm so sorry, Board Member Winfield, did you want to add something about sharing curriculum with the community?
What is your plan to share district assessment results to the? No, I think what Board Member Levy said, I think it's clear what I'm trying. I think that says it clearly what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Board Member Schneider.
I had described your philosophy on student discipline.
Yeah, you're right. That is going to have to come up in there somewhere. Yeah. There's 2 parts. So the first part, like I said, when we kind of look at the categories, thank you for adding that, Board Member Schneider, because there's not a space for student behavior. But as we're starting the school year, we'll need this person to set a tone, because what happens in the learning environments are important. We do have policies as a board, and when those policies are violated, students do come to us for expulsion hearings. But in between having the policies and having expulsion hearings, there's how our principals and our teachers are living in the building with the policies and the behaviors that students present. So I'm thankful that you added that question, because it's kind of like, what direction or tone are they going to set for the learning environment is a part of what I'm thinking. And then also in the curriculum space, to me, another part is just how would they plan to emphasize the learning environment instructionally going into the year, with disruptions of COVID and other things like that are present, the real reality that our people are walking back into as we're trying to plan instruction. Something in that space, because I feel that what we're in is still kind of shading what's going to happen in our schools.
Do you want it specifically to mention COVID, or did you have other things in mind?
Well, as a result of COVID and where we're at with the threat of COVID too, it's kind of in that space. I think you can synthesize it, and I'll go with what you write.
Are we good with 6?
Can we add to 6
Mhm.
to like the part that board member Schneider,
Mhm.
the part that board member Schneider had about describing their philosophy on student discipline, and to kind of, I just want to understand like what they are telling principals and teachers about the classroom and the building. Because that's a key concern for us.
What are you communicating that how?
Okay.
Yeah, what are they
Oh,
communicating?
gotcha.
Yeah,
Are we getting at like consistency and code of conduct kind of stuff, or?
something like that. But like that's going to be they're going to have to lead into how our people are practicing, or even their approach for they're getting ready to go into this 22-23 school year.
So what are you communicating with principals and teachers about classroom management or?
Managing the learning
Enforcement of the
environment,
rules. Okay.
expectations of student behavior.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I had originally chosen 6B, but I think we can probably touch, I mean, that, in which deals with culturally responsive, like how are you communicating that kind of stuff, but I think we can hit that later in the.
Or like some things are already in place too, like
Yeah.
like the SEL curriculum
Yeah.
and things like that. It's already that.
Yeah,
part is
we've got that in
going,
motion
right.
and it's under strategic plan, so yeah, I think we're good there.
7. Board member Anderson, Brian Anderson started with 7B.
Wait, there's like 2 A's.
There are 2 A's, so just kidding. Yeah, got it.
How late is it? How late is it? Okay.
We're almost done, so.
Good, no. Okay.
I have a combination of the second A and E. So how will you make yourself part of the fabric of the community, and describe how you would develop and maintain relationships with all employee groups?
And I'm sorry, you said E. Yes. Yeah. So the second A. You're making it very complicated. A2. Bingo.
Okay, board member Woodfield.
I have one. I think I have a different question.
Okay.
How would you hold administrators accountable for students' learning and the overall culture of their schools?
Do you think that maybe that fit that one in the other category that we just left?
Yeah.
And just add that to the 6 to 6?
Are you okay with that board member? Curriculum, instruction.
Because that's when board member Schneider put he gave us that behavior spin, the student part. I kind of think that would fit better. And
It's like,
Sort of as a follow-up to the, what are you communicating with principals and teachers? Are you okay with that, board member?
Yeah, that's good with me.
Okay. Do we want to make any part of 6, while we're back on 6, do we want to make that more concise, or are we okay with just kind of posing it as a follow-up to the, what are you communicating with principals and teachers about managing the learning environment question?
yeah, I think what board member Winfield added right behind that will.
So just delete this other one?
Nah, don't delete it.
Just leave it.
Yeah, just
We're good.
drop and paste what board member Winfield said, like.
Yeah, I got
as
it
a
in there.
follow. Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
It is a quadruple stuffed Oreo question. Got it. Okay.
Right. All right. Board member Schneider.
How will you share what you learned and accomplished with the permanent superintendent?
Oh, that's a good one. The handoff.
Can we say that?
That's it, yeah.
Oh, it's just going down on the page.
It disappeared. Where is it at?
Back.
Don't lose it. Don't lose
We
it.
got it. It's good.
It's on the next page, right?
Yeah, it was on the next, it's back.
Oh,
It's
my
back.
goodness.
We're good. See, it's because the screen is so big. Calibrating, normal. Category.
Yeah. Will you repeat that again? What was it? What did
Yes. Okay. So here's the whole of question 7 as it stands. How will people recognize you as approachable and interested in receiving feedback and input concerning school issues? How will you make yourself part of the fabric of the community? Describe how you develop and maintain relationships with all employee groups. How would you share what you learned and accomplished with the permanent superintendent?
Since I suggested the how will you make yourself a part of the fabric, I'm fine with omitting that. I think we're, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of, just as what Board Member Schneider, as he put that thought in the air in that space, I do want to know what is your, maybe it's like, like the A asked that transition in, but like what's your plan to transition out? Because we're asking you to help us do something. You got an important role in between, but it's a come in and a go out role. And like you said, like what you added about specifically helping the new person is important. But yeah, I think in that transition in and out it's just a part that I would want captured in there.
All right. Are we good on 7?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah. Oh, no problem. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I think we'll get there with that.
That's like perfect because this is like, as you're coming in, what are you doing in the meantime? How are you leaving? All in one question. Yeah, it's good. Board Member Anderson has 8C, F, and L. Yeah, unless it's uppercase I, but I don't think so. So hold on. Okay, so that's 8C, describe how you coach and support an administrator to ensure they perform at a high level. All right, I already forgot C, F, and L. So how would people you currently work with and supervise describe your leadership skills?
We've read some of that already.
Yeah, and tell us about a time when your leadership was challenged and caused you to be frustrated that others did not agree with your ideas. How did you react or respond?
That's a very important question.
Okay, well, let's start there. And then did you also want to include describe how you coach and support an administrator to ensure they perform at a high level?
I mean, we'll have a number of new administrators in our district.
Yep.
This will be the person that's helping them in the beginning.
Okay.
I'm fine with what's presented for that category.
Board Member Winfield?
Yes, sir. For me, I would, if we could, I would. So the question's not in there, but reading some of the questions that we got from Dan, I would like to know how they measure success as a leader.
Are we okay starting with that question as kind of like an entry point to discussing leadership?
Yep.
Okay, so how do you measure success as a leader? Tell us about a time when your leadership was challenged and caused you to be frustrated that others did not agree with your ideas. How did you react? Can we say react and respond? It's kind of a nitpicky thing for me because those are two separate things. Like, what was your reaction and then how did you respond? But that's okay.
Describe. React and, I like that.
They're two different things. And then describe things. Sorry, it's a little tedious, but describe. Well, because like your reaction and then you respond to the reaction you have. Like, because you might, I'm frustrated and here's how I'm going to respond to that or something, right? Okay, thanks. Okay, sorry. Describe how you coach and support an administrator to ensure he or she performs at a high level.
Yep. Board Member Schneider?
I've got two additional ones. The board has given district administrators the responsibility to continue projects already underway. How will you support the administrators with these projects?
Okay, I lost district. The board has given district administrators the responsibility to continue projects?
Continue projects already underway.
Already underway, okay.
How will you support the administrators with these projects?
All right. It's like our central office team that are already working on these strategic priorities.
Mm-hmm.
How are you supporting them get that work done?
Right. And the other one was, what are the most important first steps you will take as the interim superintendent?
That on. Yep. I am after that. The last thing is just the approach to the goal setting with the board, and I. So following up with the priorities that the administrators are working on, and then the goal setting as we make our way through these 2 months and hopefully the transition.
Do you want to like add that into Board Member Schneider's first question? Like, how do you approach goal setting with the board while you support the administrator? Or no, because those are two different things.
Well, yeah, I mean, just they can all go in there.
Number 9.
Yeah.
You want it in the beginning, though? Oh, it doesn't matter. Look here. So, like, the way I'm looking at it is
how are you working with the 7 of us, and then how are you working with the administrator team as they're working those priorities that they already set?
So I actually see it differently. Like, I see it like, here's what's the current reality that's happening. Like, district administrators are working in these projects. How are you going to support them doing this? And now how are you going to approach goal setting with the board since they're already doing it?
Right. I mean, I guess as far as goals, like, we have to set the agendas for the meetings in September and August, and there's a couple things that we still need to do.
Sure.
You know, that's in that space that I'm talking about.
So do we want to take what are the most important? Okay. So if we do, how do you measure success as a leader? What are the most important? See, these are a lot. I mean, we almost have to make this 2 different questions.
Well, I mean, it could be, so it's in the leadership category. It's a couple different spots. Pepper didn't ask us.
So, okay, because here's the thing, because we have 10 categories and we talked, okay, so we talked about doing 90, we talked about having 90 minutes to do the interview, right? So we wanted to land on 7 to 8 questions. We have to have the mandatory, have you ever been convicted of a whatever question? And we talked about saying, is there anything else you want to share as like sort of a question? So why don't we like leave both of these separate pieces out here, and then we can kind of go back and let's get through the other 2 categories maybe, go back and consolidate?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is category 9?
Human resources.
Board Member Brian Anderson started with 9A.
How do you keep the best teachers in your school district?
I don't have a question for this category.
Board Member Woodfield.
I had one. I'm just gonna read it out. What are your views about the current teacher and administration shortage? What are your ideas to address a shortage?
So, Board Member Schneider.
A vocal member of the community brings a complaint against a staff member. How would you handle the complaint?
Mm-hmm.
I picked from like the other document, and mine was another kind of like example question, like significant turnover in the special education support staff one about decision making. But yeah, it's okay. I like your situational question better.
The thing that I have is understanding. Explain your experiences working with employee discipline and in investigations and the board attorney. Yeah, that's fine.
Could we like take the how do you keep the best teachers in your school district and like smudge it into the what are your views about the current? Could we say like because of the current teacher and administrator shortage, how do you keep, you know what I'm saying there? What do you think?
So here's my 2 cents. I would actually omit the first 3 because best case scenario, this person is going to be with us through September. Worst case, just for lack of a better word, they will be there for the school year. So how much impact are they going to have on recruitment and retention in short term, 6 weeks, long term, 1 school year?
Mm-hmm. I understand your point for the short term. Are you right?
And we have to pare down questions. If we want to land at 7 to 8, like this stuff is important, but how do you feel about the teacher shortage? No one's going to say they think it's great. Well, what are your plans to help fix it? You're not going to do anything to fix it in 6 weeks or in 1 school year. So it's not that it's a bad question. I just don't think it's pertinent for the constraints that we have.
Okay. I would be fine with letting it go. I didn't contribute it though, so it's easy for me to say that.
And then with the one under that, again, a great question, but hopefully their answer is like you follow policy. Like if someone brings you a complaint about, like you follow policy.
Well, the part about the policy, I think, yes, for that one, I see following the policy, but it's also, what I would say is, like as the school year starting, how are they defining the complaint resolution process? That's one of the questions in our annual school board survey. And while there's a policy, I still need them to describe how they have worked in their prior practice of resolving complaints.
I think that's addressed at the last one. That's why I said I would get rid of the first 3.
Well, in the last one, in the last one that I'm specifically asking about when they're dealing with a straight up discipline situation, the first one is just the community member having complaints, which happens because human beings are in conflict. But I want to understand that. I wouldn't lose the third one. I would keep that part separate. I want them to talk me through how they're handling complaints against staff members because they come. And that's a part that I think the teachers and the administrators want to know how they're going to be. You know, what's my expectation of how you're going to handle me in a situation like this? If I do something that somebody doesn't like.
Board Member Winfield, are you okay with?
Yes, I am. You can take that off. Yep.
Let's go to category 10 first.
I don't think there was one. Board Member A. Levy?
10B, what is your leadership vision on diversity and equity?
Board Member Winfield?
I had the same question.
Okay. Board Member Schneider?
My question was very similar to that.
Okay. Board Member Levy, I went with the D. What does it mean for you to have a commitment to diversity and equity, and how have you demonstrated that commitment? How would you see yourself demonstrating it here? You had B. What is your visually? Oh, or I was going to say combine the last part of, as long as you think it's the how will you do it here part is the question, right? So fine with D.
Yeah,
I'm fine with D then.
Okay, so we're good. We now have like at least some dense questions, right, for each category, right?
Right.
And so we want to try to pare this down to 8.
Well, this is what I would say. I mean, we said we're trying to get 7 to 8 because we limited our 7 to 8 because of the time frame that we're trying to hit. I think if we in the interview tell them that these are the questions, we've got an hour and a half to kind of get it in. They'll answer them how they. No, we got to facilitate it. But I mean, do you
think if we
need to
shoot for
stay
like
at
7 minutes a question
Okay.
with that interaction, then we should be good. And then that leaves like the legal questions we have to ask at the end in that open-ended space for anything that we haven't covered that they want to share with us. So if we kind of gauge it at 7 minutes, I think we're good with keeping what we have.
I'm fine with that.
So we aren't, okay, so sorry, it's late, so we're just leaving it. But we have to go through, there were a couple of them that I think, okay, so hold on. So for interview questions, okay. So I'm just gonna refresh us on, so the first one is like, tell us about yourself. Oh, I guess I could, okay. It's like, I'm just like going through like minimizing things. All right, so, okay, so the first one's fine. The second one is both of these. So,
The paragraph.
it's cool.
Right.
It'd be cool with me deleting this. You can see it in the history in the document. Okay, how will you inspire? Hold on, that's really annoying. How will you inspire trust and proactively engage the community and mediate to ensure the district's message is communicated and perceived accurately? Please provide an example. Tell us about a time when you had to communicate difficult or unfavorable information to a team or an individual. What were the circumstances and how was closure reached? So then this one's pretty, okay. These all kind of went into like a singularly focused thought, except I think 9, why does it say 8 there? That's so annoying. Are we good with 9? Just these 2 different ones? I guess these kind of go together, right? Yeah, never mind. I think we're good then.
Right.
Yeah, all right. So cool. So I can make the document pretty.
Yeah, you can make
And
the
then-
document be 8 if you want to.
No, it's fine.
Right.
I mean, so we're all good with all these, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to make, we have 10 questions plus the legal, like the legally obligatory one, plus the, anything else you want to, okay. And then, Board President Levy, you said something earlier. I made a note here. Are we asking, do we want to like preface so we're going to ask the biographical questions. Say like, as we're getting into the remainder of the questions, feel free to talk to us in the short term and the long term, or what do you want to do with that thought?
I mean,
I was just let him answer.
right.
But we need like a gentle timekeeper to move us along.
You volunteering, Board Member Winfield?
Oh.
I'm a horrible timekeeper, so.
No, I thought you had the
Yeah.
gentle part.
No,
You helped
not
me
at
out
all.
tonight,
No.
so.
I'm on it.
The gentle part?
All of it.
Okay,
This is-
timekeeper.
This is the one. I knew there was something. Okay, so category 8 has 2 entirely separate questions for it. So this actually puts us at 11 questions. I knew there was something. Hang on. Are we okay with 11 questions?
Prune.
Yeah, can we go back to merge and prune under category 8?
Sure.
So numbers 8 are, just like we had 2 8s, I guess. How do you measure success as a leader? Tell us about a time when your leadership was challenged and caused you to be frustrated that others did not agree with your ideas. How did you react and respond? Describe how you coach and support an administrator to ensure he or she performs at a high level. And or how do you approach goal setting with the board? The board has given district administrators the responsibility to continue projects already underway. How will you support the administrators with these projects? What are the most important first steps you will take as the interim superintendent?
So like the bottom 9, I think is essential. And I think like Board Member Schneider hit it and struck that space that we needed to get to. For me, the other part in 8, the biggest part in 8, I guess, is when you're frustrated. I'd just like to understand how people are responding to difficulty.
And I would even suggest that we, just take out that first sentence about how do you measure success as a leader. I think if they're answering the rest of the parts, we'll get at that.
And also, I guess just since one thing we should talk about is so everybody has to have the same questions. Now, brush me up, because do we do follow-up, like are follow-up questions allowed, like a clarifying follow-up question?
We can ask for clarification, but we
Right.
don't take what they're saying and ask them a new question.
Right.
Yeah.
So like if someone were like telling us about that time, is it a clarifying question? Like, so like if Board Member Winfield, who proposed the question, was like, okay, but how does all that amount to you measuring success as a leader? Is that still kind of a new question, or could that be a clarifying question?
I would leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
I think we're not going to be able to ask all of the questions. We need to ask enough really good intentional questions to get at who's going to be a good fit for us.
Are we keeping this one?
I would say for now, leave that in, but I would actually propose that we take off the last sentence in 9 and then see if we can combine 8 and 9. Like, what are your most important first steps as a superintendent? If they're doing all of the things we're asking about, I think those are their first steps as a superintendent.
The other thing, but it's specific, like you're an interim. What are you doing now for the situation? It's situational. I think that's what the question brings me to, is is the nature of the situation that they're in.
And this is like the part highlighted here is the situation that they're in. Like, the board has given district administrators the responsibility to continue the stuff. So how are you going to support them? So that is kind of like, that does kind of get at that first steps thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no,
it's just about being explicit or not. I mean, sometimes like we're reading it and people are going to say what they're going to say.
What if we say, like, what are the most important first steps you will take as you approach goal setting with the board? Or something. Leave it. Okay. So are we okay with axing this last?
Just what they consider to be the most the important steps that they'll take first in the role. I mean, I don't know, Board Member Schneider, you kind of suggested the genesis of that question. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I know we need to pare down some questions. I guess it'd be okay to leave that one out. I guess because ultimately, as the interim comes in, the board will identify what are the first steps that they need to accomplish.
Okay, so are we combining then these two? Like, so it's going to say...
There's 7 questions. And you have 7 minutes.
All right.
Go.
Right. You have 4.6 seconds a question. Okay, tell us about a time when your leadership was challenged and okay, do we want to flip this on its head though? Do we want to start broad and end specific? Because that would be because if I'm just putting myself in the shoes of somebody answering these questions, it's a little bit easier to start.
Probably need to put the paper in front of them too when they.
Well, yeah. So how do you approach goal setting with the board? The board has given district administrators the responsibility to continue projects already underway. How will you support the administrators with these projects? Tell us about a time when your leadership was challenged and caused you to be frustrated. See, there's kind of like a flow to that, right?
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
See?
You're a writer.
Well,
we got readers and writers on this board.
Readers and writers, yes.
Right.
And arithmeticers, right. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay, cool. All right, so we actually are down to one question per category now. If you consider if you consider these to be one question.
It's gonna be a thorough interview.
We're down to one discussion per category.
Right, that's what you want.
Okay.
I'm just a minority.
Okay, so it's okay. So these have been shared with everybody as view only. And Ms. Dooley, I think I did not share this with you, so let me do that really quick, and then let me make this.
Are we emailing the questions out to are you emailing the questions out to the candidates, or is it up to them to watch this meeting to get this information?
I will email the questions to the candidates so they are able to prepare themselves.
A little bit pretty. Do we want to add the legal question in
call
there?
them too so they know that they're there.
Do we have the language for the legal question in the email somewhere from Mr.
I don't know. Don't worry about adding that one to that part. I mean, it's
Okay.
gonna.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're gonna.
They're used to answering those questions, I'm sure. That is a good suggestion, Board Member Levy. Thank you.
We're here to help.
Pretty.
It's not 10:45 yet. Let's see. We have developed our questions, correct?
Yes. Oh, the minutes. Do we need to approve minutes? I don't know if we did that.
No, because these are special meetings, and so I don't think we have
Yeah,
minutes.
June 28th.
Oh, we've got minutes from special meetings prior.
No, hold on.
Okay, well, actually, we don't need these. Oh, I did have a question. So
Governance committee. I'm looking at the wrong meeting.
it's okay. No, you're fine. Okay, so here's my question for and this can just be like randomly decided, I guess. Do we want to like assign each person a question? So just for the sake of.
Let's work on that tomorrow when
We
we
can deal
actually
with it
get to
tomorrow.
the interview. Yeah.
Okay, just something to think about.
So,
I just say we go in the order where we provided feedback and just assign the question.
Whatever, doesn't matter.
okay, Board Member reconvene. Well, I'm in the wrong meeting. Oh, I'm looking at tomorrow. Today, what today is? All right, so we have completed 3A, development of interim superintendent interview questions. All right, now our meeting closed. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
All right, been moved by Board Member A. Levy and seconded by Board Member Schneider. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, the motion is unanimous. Oh, at 10:42. Great work, people. Thank you very much.